Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome in. Oh god. Early voice loss? I mean, probably too much coffee this morning. Look, I always said I didn't drink enough coffee. This time I sort of went overboard. I went overboard. I drink like 3, I think. Yeah, 3 cups. Oh, my heart palpitations just heart rate goes brr. Yeah, well, too much coffee can cause that, huh? It's fine though. You know what? It's fine. I'm okay. It's just coffee. It's just coffee. Don't worry about it. How are you all doing? I hope you are doing good. I want to play more. I want to play more Street Fighter today. So last night before I end the stream, close to when I end the stream, before, apparently there are like a few Pokemon mods out there. I think I can search for a little bit more since there's only Juri. Salazar replaces Juri for now, I think. I don't really just cue the you or Boba. Wait, who's Boba plushie? Man, but plushies are cute though. Virgins. Hi. If I butcher your name, I'm sorry. Also, I had a little bit too much coffee today. Might be a little. Also, let me. A plushie or boba tea? Is that a thing? I didn't know. Hi, Ion. Welcome. Yes. Oh my god. Oh. Sorry. Look, it's just Opera GX, okay? Oh my god, you're right. It is a thing. Whoa. Whoa. Ooh. 25 cm only for 1 ringgit? 珍珠奶茶玩偶公仔毛绒玩具珍珠奶茶玩 Okay, I mean for 170 I don't trust. I mean sure it's only 25 cm but 1 ringgit? I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah, it's cute. Is there no images there? More. Oh my god. No, I cannot win against that. I mean, am I cute now? I mean, a kobold. I'm a kobold. I cannot win against this thing. No, this thing's too strong. Look at it. Oh god, why are you purple? Are you blueberry? Oh my god. Why are you sad though? Oh my god, this dog's. There's a dog boba. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well. Also, don't mind the fart noises. It's fine. It's just. I'm such a child. Oh god. Look, I love fart noises, okay? Fart noise is good. But anyway, I want to play more Street Fighter. There is mods. Sorry, there is mods I found. Well, I didn't found, but Narix told me about it last night. Why did not play? It should have played. Wait, what? Wait, why is it not in the dashboard? Wait, it just appeared. I don't get sound alerts sometimes. I logged into my sound alerts and it just plays. It's like, okay, well, that didn't scare me at all. Plays Mario theme with farts. Now that's a classic, isn't it? Now imagine if you play Guile's theme from Street Fighter 2 with farts. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah, let me go search up some mods again. Nexus mod. Oh. Oh, I regret. I am so glad I am not showing it. There's Bowser as E-Honda. There's Luna as Juri. Excuse me. Android 21 from Dragon Ball as Juri. There's only like Cammy and Juri. A lot of Cammy and Juri. Hi Rico Stink. Welcome. Fertopotamus. I don't know what that is. Okay, this actually looks really good. Like, you cannot tell me. You cannot tell me you look at this and then say that it doesn't look good. Okay. Here, let me show you. Alright. That's... Alright. I'm in. I'm sold. Damn. I'm sold. Super Mario X Street Fighter 6, the crossover. The crossover that no one ever asked for and I want it. I love it. It's mine. I need it. Let's download this one. I think it needs Fluffy Manager as well. Who made this mod? Oh. Oh, Dusty? Okay, yeah. Okay, oh yeah. Makes sense. Normal. Dusty? Yeah. God, I'm so glad Dusty's making mods like this. I was thinking, since I did play Guilty Gear Strive back then, and then Dusty does have a few mods in DNF Duel. And I was like, oh, maybe I can get some mods in Guilty Gear Strive because Dusty's working on it. And then I just didn't wait, and I stopped playing Guilty Gear Strive. I just should have stopped playing Guilty Gear Strive, I don't know why. And then now I'm into Street Fighter 6, and then there's Salazar, my favorite Pokemon. And then now there's Bowser. Gonna love a good old Bowser. Okay, let me just do this real quick, alright? Let me just open up. Let me just copy all of these. Mod info? I don't think I need mod info. Okay, now this is different. Why are you different? Okay, what do I need to do? Install should work like any other extract to extract from mod and fluffy. Okay, extract everything? Okay. That should be easy enough. Fartopotamus? What? You want Fartopotamus? Okay, mods. So if I just extract this, everything into here, I think that works. Natives, Salazar. I mean, there's Salazar Jewelry here. And then open up mod manager. Give me a second, we'll work with this real quick. There is E-Honda. Natives. Affected assets, E-Honda, texture and mesh. Copy 75 files. Okay, this should work. This should work. Alright. I'm into it. I want it. I'm liking it. Although before I start playing Street Fighter 6 though, I have to revert myself to 2D because, well, my PC can handle this game if I open up too many things. Alright. Okay, let me close this. Close this. Okay, let me revert myself to 2D now. I am already 2D. Okay, good. There. Let's check out E-Honda. Oh, close this. Open. Open. I wanna play. Pokken Tournament looking good. You know, this Pokken Tournament, but then there's Bowser as a crossover character. Imagine if Bowser is in Pokken Tournament. I will play the game. And I'll main Bowser. I did play a little bit of Pokken Tournament in Wii U back then when I was in KL. I was in my friend's house and then he has the Wii U and then he has Pokken Tournament. So I played it a little bit, especially online. The matchmaking is godlike, by the way, for Pokken Tournament. 20 seconds. Within 20 seconds, I'll get matches all the time. So it's like really good. I main Sceptile, Blaziken, Charizard, and especially Garchomp. I play these 4 Pokken Tournament characters, and my god, the game's fun. Alright, check it. Gonna look at Bowser. I like... How do you even pronounce this? Vitir Forain. Fet Forain? Okay. I'm gonna take a while to load since my PC is not strong. What? You're not Bowser? I got lied to. Yeah, Jury Salazzle. Okay, let me double check the mod files real quick. I got lied to, man. Games, Street Fighter 6 mods. Huh. I mean, this is the image. Malinfo.ini? I don't think I want to mess with ini files, it's so scary. Let me double check the mod page again. Sorry, give me a second. Bowser. I mean, this is the one, right? If you for sure ended, they'll be screwing up, but it's from a little bit to deal with or not. Any other mod extract onto the Street Fighter 6 mod folder in Fluffy? I did it! Like, these are the files, this one, this one, this one. Oh, do I need another costume or color for E-Honda? Includes belly jiggle, important. This facial animation, insane. I must be missing something, but what? I don't know. Yeah, I have Fluffy Mod Manager, I've been using it. Fine. Okay. It's fine? No other colors, it's fine. Come on. No Honda, no Bowser. This is so stupid, I love it. Okay, so yesterday we had a really good run with Jury, Salazzle. Realize, good one. It's almost half screen. This one's really good. I think this one can be cancelled. The far cannot be cancelled. But the close, yeah, the first it can be cancelled. This is what I just realized. But I didn't know. Not as good, but poking? Yeah. It's okay. Relatively safe, I think. -4 in block. So only jet punishable. Also, why does this combo? What's this? Damn, alright. So combo wise, I'm still gonna stick with the same thing. Also, I do kind of want to keep one thing in mind, is I have an sort of an instant overhead. Does it crouching? Okay, give me a second. Okay, it doesn't. So this sort of an instant overhead, I think. But they're gonna keep blocking. How is this gonna catch people off guard? Air to air, maybe? Like, this is one thing I can do. right? But I don't know what or how to apply this, so I'll just keep this in mind for now. Jumping instant medium punch. Maybe it's good for air to air, I guess. Like when I see people jump and they're anti of this. Right, that's one thing that I can do. Combo wise, yeah, the classic jump in. Oh yeah, if I have no charge, only when I have charge I can do that combo. Very damaging one. This into this, this into this, DP. Right, that DP cancel into super or something else. But if I want to do level 2, which I want to, this into level 2, dash in. And then level 1. But you know, maybe I should not be doing level 1 after that. I think the damage output is just not so worth. But the style points is out there. The styling, you know, the style, I love it. Hello? Uh-oh. I haven't warmed up yet. Oh. I can do level 1 here. So one interesting is that with that combo, oh, that neck looks broken. So if I do this combo, if I do a level 2 combo after that launch with air EX dive kick, oh my god, why can't I do it? Yeah, so any special move or any move other than super after that just doesn't hit. So I need to keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind. Because there were multiple times where I tried to do EXDP after that, it just did not hit and I get punished for it. And I lost the round. So it's a little painful. I'll try to keep this in mind. Or just do a normal dive kick to add a combo, right? It's possible. Oh my god, can... Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's good enough, right? Good Oki. I can immediately land and just throw. Initiate throw loop because, by the way, this combo 100% wall to wall. All right, 100% wall to wall. Let me show you. Well, sort of. Kind of a wall to wall. So after that, I can just dash in and Oki. Dash in throw loop. This is what I do always. I can immediately just do this, and I can do this free mix, right? Free mix. So insane, Jury very scary at the wall. If I get a throw, I initiate throw loop. You better take the shit, baby. Or I can even dash in and jump. Or even just throw and then do this. Right? So pressure, gonna keep that momentum going. So yeah, that's why I found out yesterday. Had a lot of fun, and today I do kind of want to get more matches done because yesterday there was a bit of a hiccup with connection. It's kind of sad. Just keep getting connection error most of the time. Hopefully today this doesn't happen. All right, hopefully. But now, let's go. Oh, there's a lot of people today. Nice. Get in there. I'm ready. I want to play. I'm gonna go in with Salazzle. Oh my god. Why did that scare me? It's just a table slam. Oh my god. Whoa, thick. Damn, boy. Thick. Oh my god. Okay, let's do ranked and cat. Oh, feet. Look at that. Broken feet. Let's go, Sazzle. Ayo. Whoa, that was fast.
Here comes a new challenger.
JP? Oh my god. First JP? Why? Why JP? JP is too strong. Lick. You can see I'm licking.
Here's to a fair fight.
What's up? Stop. Good check. Damn, nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Damn, I was too late. Give him the leg. That's right. Give him the leg, Sanazel.
Judy wins.
Hell yeah, man. Eat that neck. Eat that lollipop with your neck. Oh shit, shall we? Alright. Nice. I mistimed it. No jump in? Nope. Thanks? Hello? DP! I don't care! DP! You have no health, you DI there? Whoa, good throw. Good throw. Oh shit. Oh my god, he pissed. Ooh. It's a punish. Really? JP's too thirsty. No patience. Eat that lollipop. Yeah. With your neck. I'm just gonna play his game. Nice. Snowball.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. That's a punish. Good throw. guess. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Why am I playing your game? I'll try to burn it up and see what I can do. Oh. Oh no! You know, a good wake up super. That was good. That was good. I got thirsty. I got thirsty.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Alright, don't play his game. Ooh. I almost raked up to it. Oh. Here's. Go. Oh, good call. Oh, that hits? Good shit. I'm dead. Good. Yeah, JP is scary when they start to do the zoning shit. I cannot play JP's game. Oh, good call. Wow, really? Lamau. Yeah, should do more DI against this JP. Really? Oh, nice. Ooh, that's a punish? How fast is that? Oh, that's not it. Pierce. Oh, overhead. Oh, that hits. Okay. Damn, that's so good. Ooh, that's so good. All right.
Is that it then?
No, too many times. Yeah. I have to go in, I have to go in, I have to go in.
Judy wins. Round one. Fight. Away. Here. Here. No. Here.
Overhead. Damn, his sweep is so fast. Nice. Ooh, he just changes, okay. I still remember whoever says buff JP's normals, I would shit my pants at this point.
Round two. Fight.
That's a punish? Holy shit, how fast is your normals? Good shit. Oh, I missed. Just want to do style.
Judy wins.
The style. I want the style. The level 2 is so good. How can you play Jury and not do level 2? Whoa! That's a jank. Thanks. Overhead. Nice. I got thirsty. Oh, I ticked it. Oh, command grab. All right. I was playing JP's game. I cannot do this.
Expected your story to be more interesting. Round two. Fight.
Woohoo. I didn't cancel it. I'm stupid. Overhead. Whoa! What the fuck is that move, dude? The range from that shit is so OP. Oh. I don't know why I tried to grab that. I legit pressed grab there for whatever reason. Okay, that was me being stupid. Is there a Pokemon? Yeah. It do be Cetazzle. Why am I playing against this JP over and over again? Oh, I didn't jump. Too late. Stop. I'll skip mine. Good backdash. Oh, tech, sorry. Backdash pull up. I cannot dash after that. Pierce. 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 I messed up. I messed up. JP's jab seems really good. Question mark, or is it just me? Oh my god, command grab. Pierce. Pierce. Throw. Goes. Pierce. Nah, almost. Damn, that was a good level 2.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Whoa, it tracks? Okay. Uh-oh. Frame 1 invisibility, alright. Good. That jumping heavy kick is OP, dude. Uh-oh. I jabbed. And that level 1 is in... Wake up invisibility, level 1. Yeah, JP is too good. Alright, one more. Wait, almost didn't jump. Pierce, 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 Pierce. Now observe. There, Pierce, observe. You want mix? I'm playing how you play. Oh my god, my jab is not long enough. That's faster, okay. This bitch JP is so good.
Oh, is that it then?
That teleport is frame 1 invincibility. Press button. Too late. Splash. Alright, I'm dead. I got hit by too many wake up supers. Pierce. Wake up jab. You're not fair enough. Wake up jab beats grab, I think. Although my forward dash is not recovery, so one more. Salt, the salt, the salt. One more. One more, no more. One more, no more. One more, last one. The salt. It's a salt that matters. Come here. This also teaches me to play patiently, I think. Patient, but not playing JP's game, you know what I mean? It's just JP's jump heavy kick is too good. It's illegal. Oh my god, that jumps that side? Insane. Here's? Oh my god, there's so many things to look out for, it's insane. There's just too many things to look out for, I'm getting mad. I'm plus, you madman. Uh-oh. Too early. Duh! I tagged it. Too far. Ooh. Alright, disrespect, disrespect. Stop. Oh my god. Overhead? Too many hits? Oh my god, this is insane. Destiny, I had to click on the content warning for your stream. Oh yeah, I think that's a newly added Twitch thing. Like, I have to label my stream now as like something that I think deem it's there, you know. It has sexual themes, it has violent graphic content and stuff that I need to put it on. Also, hi Turquoise. Oh god. Okay, I'm getting pissed playing against this JP. I need to stop. Playing against JP is just I don't know why I'm trying to play against this JP over and over again. It's stupid, honestly. Record too late. Punish? Yeah. You can find your custom characters in this. This is a mod made by someone else. I just installed it. Oh my god, that little jumping HK is so good. Okay. Oh yeah, did I say hi to Turquoise? I hope I did. Sorry, I'm a little in the salty mode here. I really don't want... Oh my god. Should have cancelled it. Oh. Ooh, he hits full screen! Alright. You know what? I deserve this. I messed up my level 2. Yeah, there's no way. When JP sets up that, there's no way I can win. Like, I already see my future. One last one. One last one. Shimmy shimmy. I'll skip mine. Who's the other guy supposed to be? That's JP. I think it's a Street Fighter 6 original character. I did it too late. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Punish? I mistimed it. Ow. Yeah, I have no health. I cannot do it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I whiffed it. What a grab.
JP.
It's getting painful. Let's leave. I mean, I guess this JP is good, but still. It's painful to play against a JP when everyone's so good, man. God. At least I learned something. Be patient, but not too patient against JP because I'll die. Falcon Hoof, hi.
Hello.
Oh. Did they almost just kill my PC? Hi Falcon, thank you. Appreciate how you doing. Tree, sure.
Comes a new challenger.
Let's go, set us all. Give him the leg. Give him the leg. Give him the feet. Why are you jumping? Oh, I don't know if that's actually reaction. You like that button, don't you? Snowball. Because of burnout. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't! Oh my god. My legs. Good grab. My leg. I got shimmied. Whoa. That fucking punish counter. Holy shit, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Nice shuriken. That is actually sick. That is actually OD. That's OD, that's OD, that's OD. Don't. Oh god. Grab. Good check, good check. Didn't work. Oh god, help! Hashogeki. Grab. Oh my god, that was so fucking, that was OD. I have to say it. That was so good. They keep catching my jump. I need to be more patient at the wall. All right, be more patient at the wall. Don't worry about it. They're not going for troll loops. Right, that's one thing I need to keep in mind. They like to jump as well. Trying to test me. That's an anti-air thing. No. Alright, I'll take it.
Round 2. Fight.
I didn't tear. Good. Met plus. Don't press. I tried to backdash. Oh, I didn't cancel. Oh, good grab, dude. Oh, good. That was so fast. I couldn't react with. Let's go. I got this. Oh, God. Good grab. I'm checking. I almost. I was waiting for it too. I'm dead. Not my neck! Oh my god! Not my neck! Excuse me? Ah, almost. Ooh! Yeah, that's a good move. Good shit. Yeah, I crack under pressure too much. Need to regain my composure. Good shit. Good real. I love it. That was OD. That was good. Damn, that medium jumping medium punchy to EX Tatsu? Kinda sexy. I mean, to be fair, it's something that I've never seen before. Or maybe I should have like some context. Is that I think Street Fighter 6 is where it's my first ever Street Fighter game that I played for real. Instead of just like play it on and off. It's just like, oh yeah, just throw the game away. Because if I want to say my first ever Street Fighter 4, yeah, Street Fighter 4 is my first ever Street Fighter, I would say. So yeah. I pressed fun. I was minus. Good block. I'm dead? Not yet. Ooh, the grab, alright. Is it just me or Jamie's grab range is a little bit longer than usual? Oh, like, not longer than usual, but longer than most other characters? I don't know. I don't play Street Fighter before. Talk to me about Tekken. I don't know. Oh god. That's not it. To confirm, that was beautiful. God damn it. That's punishable? Okay. Nice jab check. Don't jump. Don't jump, I told you. I jumped. I'm so sorry I jumped. That has to be punishable. Or maybe its EX version is not punishable. Yeah, so it is the EX version that made it safe. Don't jump! Katsudon Roscoe, hi. What is that Pokemon? That is Salazzle. It's a mod that I downloaded on Nexus Mod, made by Mika Tail Fluff on Twitter, I believe. Only light punishable. I'll just do it. I don't think it's worth, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh my god. I'm stupid. I pressed the wrong button. Where's my DP? Good grab. Use your jumping. Ooh, that's plus for him? Okay. Oh my god. Good grab. I almost blocked the wrong way. Mmm. That was good. That was good. That was OD. That was OD. Jamie's team, nice. Why would you do? Ow. Good punish. Sweep on the sweep. Oh. Whoa. Okay, I'm getting snowballed. I don't like this. Oh. I missed the midi. Oh, I should have waited a little bit. Good shit, good shit. I got no patience, I got no patience. Let's go. I didn't anti-air. Oh no, I didn't react to it. Oh my god, my brain just processed it. DP. Good call, I'm dead. That's a combo? I died twice to NT.
Jamie wins.
That was great, that was great, that was great. I have to play out my mind. Is that button good or is it just me? Good. Nice. Nice. Oh my god. Oh, my legs. Oh, good grab. I was minus though. Second hit! I can't hit by the second. Oh my god, that hurts. Alright. All good, all good. Drink. Good grab. Almost! I pressed the button a little bit too late. Am I dead? Did I just backdash that? Did I just backdash that throw attempt? I'll take it any day. Skill. All skill. I call skill. Jab? Oh my god, I thought they were gonna jab. Good call. Okay, so what I learned, jab beats throw on wake up. I'll keep that in mind. That was a good man. That was a good Jamie. I am terrible when it comes to trying to pressure someone. I don't know what to do. Or even just like trying to open up someone, it's so hard. It's difficult, man. Oh my god. I thought yesterday I was doing so well though. I thought Sunday we would have a little bit more people. Oh, there it is.
Here comes a new challenger.
Maybe it's just that today there's too many people at home, so the connection is like constantly at 3 bars. Lick. Always plus. The name always plus. I'm scared. Yeah, never mind us if you're not a bitch. That's plus, alright. Always plus. True to your word. Good meeting. Good call. I'll take it.
Round 2. Fight.
Good. Ooh! I think I pressed it too late. Good grab. It's so scary. You know, that was good. That was good pressure. Light DP, kind of safe, but because they're in block stun more, so they cannot punish it. I can just spam it though, so yeah. Ooh, good call. Oh no. Okay. Playing salty now? Don't fly. I'm waiting for it. Don't fly. Excuse me, where's my DP? Oh, what a trade. Good. That's not the pun. Oh, I didn't cancel it. I teched it. Gonna work for it, let them know. Too late. I didn't mean to backdash there. That was plus. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. That was so bad. I threw this round. I did. That's plus? Oh, that's safe? Don't fly. Don't fly. Don't fly! I told you don't fly. Oh, Nelle! My level 2 didn't come out. Good shit, good shit. So, fly can be countered by anti. Got it. I will etch that into my mind. Don't fly. Don't fly! No. Enough. Good. Let's go. That was good. Don't fly. I'll take it. Don't fly. Don't fly. Don't fly! Good. Don't fly! I pressed it too late! Help. Oh, I'm dead. Bam, bam. DP. Don't fly! Don't fly! Goddamn sheath dick, I know, right? This is good, man. I already wanted to play more Street Fighter 6, and now I want to play more. I don't know how they do that, but they did it. Hi, SC. Oh, Melissa? Lick. That's plus. I have you. Oh god, that was so scary. I got snowballed. I'm getting snowballed? Don't jump. Don't jump. Yeah, I forgot I cannot do that. Why do the socks you're wearing look like weak spots? Don't look at it that way. Ooh. Interesting anti-edge choice. Ah. Nice. Plus. Oh no, I'm dead. Damage. It's Marissa. Yeah, I got thirsty. I got scared. I got scared. I got scared. I got scared. Good Marissa. The fear. The pure fear that I feel against this Marissa is so scary. Ow. I let them know I can react to her moves. Good. Oh, that's plus as fuck. Ooh, good grab. Good block, man. Oh, that's a punish. Good shit. The white part of the sock is where the maximum damage is. Don't hit there. It's plus. Ooh. Oh, I tried to grab. Oh my god, this Mercer is so good. Have you seen Asura's Wrath? I've heard of Asura's Wrath, yeah, but never really seen it. Someone told me that Asura's Wrath is like Asura is a cyborg? Is it? That's what I heard anyway. Like, that's my knowledge of Asura's Wrath. Only. Asura's a cyborg, that's it. What about it? This is how I get so thick, by the way. Need to train. Gonna train to get thick. Hadouken! Oh my god, this is gonna shit on me. What the fuck? A Shopee? That was loud. 3-bar casual? Sure.
Here comes a new challenger.
Guil? I think this is like the first or second Guil that I've fought throughout all these hours of me playing Street Fighter 6. I did play Guil a little bit in open beta, but I just cannot handle charge inputs. Like, I don't. Lick. Australia? Oh no. Modern Guil? Oh no. Okay.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god, you wildin'. Yeah, wildin'. What the fuck? Don't jump. I hate it here. Careful.
Round 2. Fight.
Whoa, that remains there? That's kind of weird. Sonic Boom. I'll take it. Snowball. The scariest thing in this game is snowballing. I've been there multiple times. Sonic Boom. Ooh, nice. I'm gonna block cross-ups.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you just throwing away the controller? It's like, I don't play. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna play with those who throw away the controllers. Oh.
Here comes a new challenger.
Yeah, so far the netcode of this game is absolutely delightful. At least it doesn't make me hate. it doesn't make me hate that I'm in Malaysia, you know. At least there's a lot of Southeast Asian playing this game, and the netcode is absolutely amazing. So, a lick. Chon Lei? Alright, let's go. Really? Oh my god, are you just wildin'? You wildin'! Hazanshu plus? I'm waiting for your Tensho kicks. Don't jump! Do not— oh! What? You wildin'! Bone draws, boulder draws. Hey yo, hi. Welcome in. Get grab. Please allow yourself to get throw loop. Please allow yourself to throw loop. Then now do this. And then gonna neutral jump. Do a combo. How the hell? 4-win streak? This guy's wildin'. Just frame leave. God, I love Street Fighter 6. You know what? I love fighting games because of this. The just frame leave, the just frame peace out. I love it. You know, such is the moment where I know that I have decimated my opponent. Oh my god, that was so good. How you doing, Boner Draws? Boner the name. Leak. Another fellow Malaysian? Let's go. Stop. Whoa, my leg. Oh, damn, perfect. These guys know how to play Luke. The Lukening. Plus. Nice. Rising uppercut. Alright. Damn, they were going easy on me. Gonna find my way out now. Good confirm. Good, damn, yeah, this look is good. They were going easy. They were going easy on me. No, don't jump at me. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. No level 3 allowed, only level 2 because I'm jury. Because I'm jury. Because I'm jury. Damn, this look is good. Dive kick. Ow. Uh-oh. Perfect. Plus. Uh-oh. I'm out, I'm out. Alright, at least. Nice delay on that drive rush. Oh, good low. That was fast. That was minus. That was sick. Oh, nice. I'm dead. Level 3. Oh, what a whip punish! I'm dead. What a goddamn whip punish! That is so good. That was OD, that was OD, that was OD, that was good, that was good. Oh my god, that was sexy. That whip punish on the light kick? Goddamn! Into drive rush? So good. Nice. I jabbed. Shouldn't be doing that. Nice. I jumped. Oh, I jabbed. So good. The rising uppercut is on point with this person. Oh my god, that is so scary. Perfect, perfect. Where are you going? Neutral jumping. The snowball, man. The snowball. Nice. Nice, I jabbed. That was meaty. Neutral jumping. Didn't press the button. Less damage. The whip punish on the jab! This guy is a goddamn machine! The whip punish on the jab into a combo! I'm gonna play more against this person. This is absolutely amazing. I'm gonna see what match this guy can do, and I'm loving it. I'm getting destroyed, and I deserve it. Look at this! I mean, this is a... No extension? Dun, 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 dun. I survived. Yeah, I got baited. I got baited. I thought just jump and not dive kick. Jab punish. What? That's your side, man. Take it. Nice. Let's go! Footsies! Ow. Oh. Nice. Didn't press a button. I try to throw. Snowball! This is fun as hell. Hello. Nice. Respawn. I'll take it. Alright, worth.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, nice. Footsies. Damn, pure footsies, baby. We are playing range. We are playing the range. Oh, 2 times. Perfect. Unfortunate. Oh. All right.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. That button's so good. Hello. The back kick. Nice. I press button. I jab. I try to throw. My leg! Not like this! Oh. Rising uppercut. I press button. Oh. Oh, that's fast. Oh, I didn't react to it. Good shit, good shit. Ow. They tried. Oh, I'm dead. CA? Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Alright, good shit. That was good look, good look. That was fun, that was fun, that was fun. I was laser focused. I didn't even talk at all. God. That was fun, that was fun. Is this peak Street Fighter moment? I don't know if this is peak Street Fighter, but I am enjoying the footsies in this game. You know, it's a good change of pace in fighting games, in terms of fighting games, when I don't need to fucking do back, down, back, down, back, down, back. I don't need to spam that she's like and go back in Tekken. It's like, God. To space, you need fucking years of practice. And even then, I'm not even doing the most clean input possible in Tekken. It's like, good gods, man. And in this game, you just go back, forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, forward. It's just, it's a good change of pace, I would say, right? It's a really good change of pace. I can just focus on my buttons. I can just focus on my attacking buttons instead of just like, oh, I need to give myself space. You know, the kind of feelings like, I don't need that anymore. I don't need to fight. I don't need to hyperventilate when I need to, when I need to have some space. You know what I mean? But then again, such is the appeal of Tekken. You know, it's the appeal of Tekken. I would say anyway. It's pretty fun. Speaking of, I should probably get back to Tekken someday. I miss my old man Heihachi. Although I did. Speaking of Tekken, I did sign up for. I did sign up for the Tekken 8 beta test, I think. I essentially gave like sign up for beta test. Open, it's not open. I don't know if it's closed beta or alpha beta. I have no. I don't know what it is, but it is some sort of a beta test I am in. Hopefully I get chosen. You know, I do want to kind of play Tekken 8 and see how it feels. After seeing so many trailers for the game, I Jury Feet Lover. Oh my god, it's Jury Feet Lover. I can. Oh my god, you fuck. Jury's feet's mine. Ow. I'll skip mine. Oh, sorry, you're a Jury Feet Lover. I shouldn't have skipped. Nice, I press a button. Ooh, nice. Oh! Oh, good grab. That was insanely good. Jury Feet Love. I cannot. It's so good. Stop jumping. Woohoo! That is so scary. I got snowballed. Yeah, I got snowballed. That was good. Well, I got thirsty with the combo. Not my chin! I got squished. I'm just a lizard now. I'm just a lizard, what do you mean? That was good, that was good. Oh man. Jury Feet Lover. Oh my god, that was fast. Okay, I think Oh! I shouldn't have dive kicked. I shouldn't have dive kicked. Wow, good call. Help! The armor? That move is an armor? I didn't know that move is an armor. I'm gonna give them like for this for the name alone. Jury feet lover. Oh my god. This game's wild. This game is absolutely wild. I cannot believe it. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Why am I fighting against a JP? I'll lick you, you fuck. Away. Here's. What the hell is that move? Is that a sweep? Interesting, JP don't do JP things? That's a really good move though. Come jump. There we go. Alright. Interesting JP that doesn't do JP stuff? Weird. You know, I'm gonna take it. It's a blessing. That is such an insanely long move, by the way. Good try. Yeah. classic. Alright. Woohoo! Whoa! Damn, good read. I'm dead. That one parry was so godlike, I have to give it to him. Ow. Is that your answer to it? Oh my god. I'm getting out footsies now. Hello? Why did that whiff? Oh my god, I got robbed. Why did that whiff? Oh. Good call. That's what you do? Interesting. Whoa! My anti-air lost? That was kinda cool. I got flinged around. Is it just me or because I got debated a few times? I thought that was level 3. I thought that was JP's level 3 animation. I just didn't look at it much, I guess. They were both very similar, by the way. Like JP's level 2 animation and level 3 animation is sort of similar, don't you think? Also, I feel like I've seen this Gwill before. Modern Gwill. 5-win streak? Damn, I'm gonna get destroyed. You're the Wilden one. What are you doing? Crescent? Oh god. I'm gonna get destroyed. Okay. Crescent. No. I'll skip mine. Ooh, nice. Why? Good jump. Nice. Grab, alright. That was fast. You duck too much. You can just keep ducking. Although you're a Guile, I know. Oh, alright. Xavier, hi. Yes, I would drink, thank you. I was too invested in the game. Oh goodness. Nice. Okay. Why is this one shiny? Why is it shiny? Mmm. Shiny though. Oh yeah, Pinky did say that shiny is double points, right? I think double something. What? I'm gonna sit on this shiny and see if someone wants to play with me. It's a shiny cabinet. There should be someone who wants to play in the shiny cabinet, right? Oh, it doesn't work. Also, I have not been doing the level 3 combo. Sorry, not this one. Hello, why is it so hard now? Yeah, I need to do more level 3 combos. The reward is just too good. 5500 damage, and when I do level 3 manual combo, I mean, 39k at 3900 damage, it's not worth, by all means. But you know what's worth? The style points. So yeah, just do it for the style points. Also, look at the move. Jury, were you jury feet lover? Leon, are you here? Leon, are you here? Oh my god. Oh shit, that scared the shit out of me. Hi Leon. Jury feet lover. There was someone who named Jury feet lover just now, who played Marissa. Doskoi. 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 After this one. What? What is that? The godlike, the goddess read of all? Oh my god. I got Doskoi to death. Excuse me. Hello? Is Doskoi that good? Whoa! Okay, they are waiting for it. That's plus. That's plus. Excuse me, am I looking at it right? That's plus? Oh, hi, Brian. Pokken looking real different nowadays. Looks like you get literally exactly what you wanted. I know, right? It's a dream come true. There's no way I can react to Doskoi like that. My man. There's no way that I can react to Doskoi, dude. I'm getting destroyed. What to do against E-Honda? The Doskoi fucking destroys my drive gauge? There's no fucking way. Oh my god, it destroys my drive gauge! I'm pressing it on as hard as I can. They tried, they tried. The cross thunder. You know I'm gonna do it again, right? That's pretty good. I'll do it for the style. Let's go! Get shit on! I'll take it! I'll take it! Doskoi! Oh my god, I'm gonna cry! That's an anti-air? Okay, I see why people shit on Honda so much. My man, that's plus. What the fuck am I? Holy shit! Oh my god, I'm so glad that this is a cabinet match. I would shit my pants so hard going against Honda. That shit is plus. My man, that shit is plus. Oh, there is no way. I do not know how to counter Honda. I do not know how to react to Doskoi. There's no fucking way. Sorry, I didn't read the chat. What was that again? We should have that skin. You can show us your tail. Which skin? I mean, I'm showing my tail if you're referring to my kobold, but if you're referring to Salazzle, I do have a Salazzle model that I made on my own, yeah. I don't know if it's gonna be as good as this one. But yeah, I appreciate it. E-Honda haunts my nightmares. That guy killed me constantly in the arcade version of Street Fighter 2. I mean, he still do, I guess. Him and Dawson. The Doskoi is too good. Another modern Cammy, huh? Modern controls is very, very nice right now. Spyro. Jumping. You like to jump? Grab. Oh, I backdashed. Ooh, good call. I'll do it again, bitch. I'll do it again, bitch. Oh, you know, I'm gonna do it again, man. You know what? I threw this round away. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. There's no mix-up. Oh my god, I love this game so much. No, I pressed it too late. Nice combo, dude. Nice. I forgot modern controls do not jump like them ever. I'm doing good. Yeah, I forgot Doom. This is a classic character. I think Cammy is in Street Fighter 4, yeah. Is she? I'm not too sure if she's in Street Fighter 2. Doesn't work that way. DP, I'm dead. Spiral arrow. Spiral arrow. Maybe in 3 or Alpha. I think she's in 2? Question mark? I honestly have no idea, but she seems like a classic character. You have more than controls. Why are you playing footsies? Jab, spiral. Cool. Good grab. Help! Okay, I know. I need to stop doing that. Gonna grab again. Don't. Wow, you can change the trajectory? Is that level 2? The grab. I got snowballed.
Okay, next.
Round 2. Fight.
I pressed it too late again. That's why it's a punish counter. I'm plus. Oh, that's a good call, man. Wake up super. I'm dead. That was so kimchi. I deserve to lose this one. I'll take it. That was so kimchi. I'll skip mine. Ow. I'll do it again. Snowball! Kimchi? Oh yeah, in Korean people call wake up supers or like very scruffy supers in general is kimchi. But I'm not Korean. I just heard someone said it. It's like, oh, it's kind of funny. I like it. Kimchi's delicious as well. Oh, cannon spike. Spiral arrow. Next row. No, I cannot react to it. Jump again. Cool, I tried to grab. Easy. The grab? The grab? I checked it? All good. Don't do that! My neutral jump is so good against the eye. I'll skip mine. So also like can cheese a fight. It's not necessarily cheese, it's just like very scrubby move. We call them kimchi somehow. Okay, I want to do a level 3 combo now. Spiral arrow! Emoji kataru. Yeah! Don't jump! Don't jump, that's kind of meaty. Yay, I'm gonna hog all the shiny myself. Alright, GG. Good Kami, by the way. Cheese is more like a quite exploitable move. Or like a move that's very strong and then you can just... you can just like spam it, so yeah. 失误大师 Mistake King? No, you can just say that. The one who I'm not thinking is missing. I know it's so good. It just makes the mod even better. Look at this. They show neck. I can lick with neck. The camera is so good. Showing the neck. Cool beans. Whoa, I crossed myself up. Wow, that's a good combo. All lights, it feels like. I'm getting schmixed. I'm getting schmixed. DP? Why are you drinking? You're already 4 charges. Oh. Ooh, nice. Yeah, modern controls do the damage gets nerfed. Good call. Ooh, good DP. Modern controls. I cannot schmix my air I cannot schmix my air movements. I think I'll still be late. Oh, I'm dead. CA? No CA? Range? I'll take it! Get robbed! I'll take it! DP. What? Don't jump at me! Told you don't jump at me. That was fast. Ooh, nice. Doesn't work that way. I'm a level 3 combo. Nice punish. No. Doesn't work. Oh, oh, I'm dead.
This is our destiny.
Not the Salazar neck. Not my chest. Don't worry, I have projectile. I just didn't use it because I don't want to use it. Because I'm so lazy to set it up. DP. I'll do it again. Nice DP. Nope. Whoa, that was fast. Good call. Whoa, schmicks. Good grab. Good grab. That's not real, but I'm getting schmixed. Why? You letting me out like that? Let's go. I mean, I'll take it. Ow. Fudge! I jumped too late! You know what, that was cool though. I'll take the level 3 combo. I jumped too late, that didn't kill, but it's okay. Damn, the rollback, dude! DP? Jury! I'm getting all the votes, I don't know what it is. DP! Nice punish. My leg! Going in! Jury fly! There's a new win post. Jamie's theme, let's go! Don't jump at me. I didn't block that one. DP! Uh-oh. We're playing a DP game now? Why are you giving me space for? Uh-oh. Ah! Nice DP. I'm dead. Ooh, good jump, good jump, good jump. That was good, that was good. I didn't react to it. Stop that shit, man. Nice jab. Oh, that confirms? Cool. You know what I'm doing again? I'll take it. Oh! Okay, I'm jumping too much. Let's stop jumping. Let's stop jumping. Jumps immediately. Good neutral jump, by the way. They're playing how I play now, which is kind of scary. Why are you giving me space? I don't understand. I didn't press a button. It's not that painful. Oh, good shit. I lost. Yeah, no time. I cannot play too patiently. No time, no time. So I sort of just walked in there. Good shit.
Jamie wins.
Nice playing with time, man. Very patient. I like that. Oh, take the win, take the L, take the W and leave. I can respect that. Good JB. What can I say? Very patient. Is this still shiny? I don't think it is. Okay, let's leave arcade cabinet. Yeah, it's not shiny anymore. Is that the shiny one now? It is. You wanna play? Okay, let's do matchmaking again. The thing is with the arcade cabinets, I don't know why the arcade cabinet matches are a little bit laggier than actual matchmaking. I do have one theory. Is that I'm in Asia server, right? And most people in Asia server are from China, Taiwan, Japan, Korean. Yeah, those kind of places. Like matchmaking, I get Philippines. Like this is Philippines, right? And it's like, oh, Philippines is it's like right above me, you know. Neighboring country, you know. God damn, fix your damn connection, buddy. Good throw. Almost ready to it. I missed. God damn, your connection, dude. Good crack. Don't.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Ow. Good call. Two can play that game.
Judy wins. Round 1. Fight.
Nice. Wow, double. I can respect that. Good grab. Overhead. Didn't punish that. Don't jump. Don't jump! I told you.
Round 2. Fight.
I tried to jump for no reason. Why are you trying to anti-airing me now? What did I do? I didn't even jump. You were the one that's jumping. I pressed it too late. Correct. Oh, good bait, good bait. I learned my lesson. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm dead! Not my neck. My neck. Ow, my neck. Good shit, good shit. It's a punish? Too close, I guess. Don't. Woohoo! Wow, what a read. What a whiff punch. Ow. Where's my DP? Good grab. Ow. Let's go! Combo City! Easy. Atomica, hey! Damn, Pokemon in my Street Fighter, I know, right? Hi, hi. How you doing? Jump? You wanna jump me? You wanna join me? You wanna join me? Ooh, that's something else. Oh! Nothing like Sazo eating a lollipop with its neck. I know, right? Top tier, man. Top tier. Let's go. Get bullied. Oh god, I'm sorry. That's punishable, man. Sleepy going with the SG tomorrow. Oh wait, are you not in SG this whole time? Dang. Safe flight. Have a safe flight tomorrow. Oh god, help. Bang. Whoa, good reaction. That was beautiful. Oh, on vacation. Okay, okay. I'll take it. I'm sorry. Oh no. Don't do it. I'm jumping away. Corner's yours. Corner's yours. I don't want it. Oh god. Stop. Oh, good grab, good grab. I'm going away. Warning you, don't do it again. Don't! The lag. Don't do it again. I'm doing it. Ah! How the fuck did that whiff? Dip jab. You wanna play footsies, buddy? You wanna play footsies? No, I'm the. Leg. Peek. You wanna jump? You wanna jump? That's punishable. Careful. Hadouken. I'll bully you. Stop. I'll bully you. I told you. Well, this isn't for me. I can't wait for Mortal Kombat 1. Ooh. I never really played any Mortal Kombat game. I played a little bit of 9 on my PS3 back then. Just a little bit. Nice block. I didn't press the button. My leg! Deep. What am I doing? That's punishable. No! I'm gonna get snowballed! Get out. Bonus yours. Ow! DP! Ow, good call. Why? No! Damn, the walk forward takes 10 years. The balls. No, sorry, you cannot just throw fireballs like that. You can definitely play Mortal Kombat 11, it's good. Ooh. Does it have Salazar mod? Careful. Ow. Ow. Deep. DP. I can respect that. Help. Combos? Beautiful, buddy. Ooh. Whoa! Reseto Kaiba? Alright. Good overhead, buddy. Good overhead. That's punishable, you know. Ooh. Lag! Excuse me? The fuck is that? Fix your damn Wi-Fi, buddy. Nice, I got baited. Wall to wall. Ooh, okay. I almost reacted it. I'm dead. DP. Wow, good jump. Am I dead? The panic. Stop. Wow. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. We are both panicking out of our mind. We are both panicking out of our mind. Oh my god, the connection is so shit. What the fuck? How can I play video games? Dude, can I play video game? You fuck. I'm not rematching after this. The connection is so shit. Ooh. Confirm. Ah man, I was waiting for it too. Good jab check. Bonus yours. Okay. Good wake up DP. Honestly, he's doing a lot of wake up DP. I should expect it at this point. Legs. Ow. Ooh. Whoa! I'll take it. That was wild. We're well done. I didn't even anti-air. Nice. Don't jump. What? Go to wall. I messed up. Ah! DP.
Judy wins.
I forgot the connection is so shit. Ah, god. Oh my god, what is this piece? Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. This is unplayable. Oh my god, this is unplayable. No point in waiting. Two delay. Two delay frames, don't worry about it. Jinrai. Random. My man. Deep. Don't jump. I can't even punish a goddamn sweep. I can't even punish a sweep. Hi again, Ion. Where's my DP? Bonus yours. Okay. Fair enough. I respect that. I respect this. Don't jump. Told you. Stop. Alright, snowball. You know, actually, now that I think about it, the level 2 is actually good. Because what it does is that it deals mental damage, you know what I mean? The combo is so long, it's so tedious for them to look at, they crack. Because this is what I found out like 2 days of playing Jury. I was just doing level 2 over and over again. Even if I have 3 bars, I just do level 2. Not JP, fuck. And then after they got hit from the wall to wall, they sort of just cracked, you know. And I could just like go in. Not JP, fuck me. Goes. Nice anti-air. No. Ghost. I'm bullying. I'm bullying. I hate JP. Oh, good call. Damage. Ghost. Pierce. Oh, shall we? Now observe there. Ghost. Careful. I have the troll loop. Ooh, good grab. Ghost.
Judy wins.
That went surprisingly well. I'll take it. GG. GG. I'm very surprised that went so well because I've been getting decimated by JPs out there. That's why I don't like JP. The more I don't like JP, the more I should play with JP because they will force me to learn the matchup, you know? It's like in Tekken, I fucking hate Kunimitsu, and I have to fight against Kunimitsu to know the to know the matchup. Something like that. I'll be pissed, but I'll regain composure just by beating them up, and then they'll probably leave. But this one is a different case because they left. They left because it's ranked. Ranked is first to 2, and then we leave. It's a system thing. Are you? When I play Marissa, it's all Ken and Juri, and now when I play Juri, it's all JP. GG dead game. Oh no. Oh no. 楽しめそうじゃん. Jump in. Uh oh, we have a jump, we have a monkey. Stop jumping! Why you keep jumping? I'll skip mine. That was a cute Sanazo though. Oh, I didn't react to it. Did it too late. Pierce. Pierce goes. Pierce goes. Pierce. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. I'm getting ghosted. Give me a second. Headset. Hi. Don't jump. Thank you, headset. Welcome in. The Screebad Bear Time. Hi. Wait a second. Let me beat this JP up. Let's go. Hi, headset. Oh my god. Thanks for the raid. Hello, it me bear. Nice. Good bear, good bear. Give me a second. This is fast. This is ranked. Just one more. I'll do everything after. What are you doing? Also, welcome everyone. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I like fighting games, especially I do art occasionally. Stop doing that. What are you doing? Ghost, ghost, Pierce, ghost. Shall we? Oh my god. You better stop jumping. Ghost, Pierce. Don't. Goes. Let's go, dash and punish. I hope everyone's doing good. Okay. Goes. Pierce. Neutral jump. Oh, I messed up. Why? I'll take it. I'll throw still. I don't care about your parry. Alright, good jury. I love it. Jury's fun. Here, what were you playing? Why is it all caps? What were you doing? Oh, you're playing Tears of the Kingdom? Oh, I honestly wanted to play more yesterday, but I cannot. My Switch system is being compromised by my sister. Like, I didn't get to play. But yeah, once I get a chance to play, I will play it. It's so good. I've been making so many janky vehicles in the game. It's so fun. Tears is so good. I know. It is also like my first ever Zelda game. Boy, do I love it. I don't know if I want to play the other ones after finishing Tears. I don't know. But I've been enjoying Tears a lot. Tears of the Kingdom. I just love being able to create vehicles in the game. A very custom made as well. It's like cobalt engineering. I still haven't found how to steer my vehicles though, so it's still kind of like a little sad. But yeah, thanks again for the read. I appreciate it. I'm just playing Street Fighter today and yesterday. Yesterday, been playing like 8 hours of Jury. That gives me a lot of ideas on what to do with Jury and a lot of good buttons for Jury as well.
Here comes a new challenger.
And then today is just mostly JP matches, so it's like, eh. I like JP. Everything JP does is too strong. Lick. Let's go, Jury. Let's go, Cecil. Why are you wildin'? Oh my god, ow. Huh, you look familiar. Pokken. Azanchu. Why are you wildin'? Oh, you wildin'! Good job. What the hell? Okay. This Chun-Li's wildin'! I have a feeling. Oh my god. Nice punish. Hazanchu. I don't know why I'm expecting a... Oh no, this guy's wildin'. Pokken. Hazanchu. Tensho kicks. I missed. Please don't. I'm playing footsies with you. You are forced to play footsies with me. Don't! Good grab, I'm dead.
Judy wins.
Interesting, Chun-Li. Oh my god, that is just frame leaving. Is that the same Chun-Li as I fought this morning? It feels like it feels like the same Chun-Li. Because the Chun-Li also does EX Hanshu and then EX Tensho kicks at round start. After a Kikoken, it's like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I've just blocked those and yeah. I am very curious though. That person was gold. They won like that the whole time to gold? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that Hazanshu is really fast. Fellow Malaysian, let's go. Licks. Let's go, Salazar. Cool. I'll take it. I'll skip mine. That was jank. I ducked. DP. Ow. Ooh. Let's go. Damn, that's a really solid Chun-Li. Oh, GG, GG. That Chun-Li was really solid. I was having fun, but I guess they are not, question mark? I don't know. All good, no? Rising uppercut.
Spinning bird kick. Rising uppercut.
Here comes a new challenger.
Ooh, triple Chun-Li suddenly? The triple Chun-Li? Alright. Uh-oh. Game, I know they're using... Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, it's the same Chun-Li. Prepare to get licked. You're gonna EX Hazanshu at the start? Do you change your... Whoa, this is actually really good. Bam. Are they? Damn, nice. Eco? Stop. Why are you... Uh oh. Why are you wildin'? Why are you wildin'? I'll skip mine. Don't. Sorry, the lag? I'm doing it. Buddy. Buddy, your connection allows me to drop my combo, buddy. Your little connection. Yeah, it's the same Chun-Li. the just frame leaving. I love it. Damn, then like the fighting game universe is wild. Is that a Majin Buu? What the f...
Rising uppercut.
That's a Majin Buu, huh? Oh, even the name is Majin Buu. The name is actually Majin Buu. Oh god. Come on, let me play the game. Whoa! Wait, I'm in 11k points now? Shit, I am rising the ranks. Don't know if I should be happy or scared. I'm more scared than happy, to be honest. I don't know if I deserve the gold rank, but hey.
Here comes a new challenger.
Jammy, alright, Jammy. I'll try my best. Rank good. Lick, 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 lick. Jamie's face. Second hit. That's your game plan? Oh, good call. Lick. Get chipped. The snowball. The snowball. Get bullied. I'm doing it. I didn't do the full combo because I don't want to burn myself out just now with the level 2. I don't want to burn myself out. Nice. Oh. No, I don't want the corner. Neutral jumping. Ooh, good DP. No.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice jab check. Don't jump. Don't jump. That's punishable. Don't jump. Nice, y'all listen. Don't drink. Nice. I did it too late. Oh, good grab. Neutral jumping. Grabbing. Good DP. Uh-oh. Got to do it again. Cool. Get robbed. Get robbed. You cannot just burn yourself out like that. Whoa, I have 4 stars now. I'm blocking it, but I have 4 stars in gold. Oh god, okay, okay. Okay, it's happening, it's happening. Oh boy, I don't know what's after gold. I mean, I've seen platinum, so maybe it's platinum? Oh. Oh, this is the Chun-Li. This is the Oh, it's not. Okay. Joe, dark. Hi. Stretch that bone. Okay, I will. After this. After this one. Thank you, though. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Game, PC, lick. Oh, I didn't lick. Sorry. Let's go, Jury. Actually, Salazar. I'm here to kick. Ow. Nice. They're playing very patient. Ooh, good. Nice. I tried. What's I didn't end here. I'm bad. I'm getting anti-air to shoot. I thought they were waiting for it too. Time to get out. Get out jail free card. That was not it. I tried. Oh, good shit. That was great. That was beautiful. Good patience. Damn, this Ryu is so good. Okay, let's go, let's go. I love it, I love it.
Round 2. Fight.
Hey, man. Oh, God. Good, holy shit, good defense. I almost reacted to it. Corner's yours. No wake up DP, I can respect that a lot. Oh, good sweep. That scared the shit out of me, sorry. I shouted, I actually shouted, I'm sorry. Oh, that was so good, that was so good. The composure of this reel is insane. I don't have composure, I'm not good. Whoa. I didn't hear. Whoa, that hits behind? Ooh, good grab. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, the jump! The of destiny! The jump. Seems good to me. Nice, nice. Oh my god. Oh, grab. Good. Oh! Hey, what a trade! Good shit. My god, I have to be so laser focused for this round. I am playing absolute footsies against this guy. such a good player. I could just go ape shit. I cannot just go. I'm Salazar. I want to kick. This guy got the defenses going on. I press button. Whoa! Nice reaction, dude. Nice. Plus. Nice. Stop doing that, I'm dead. Alright. Jury or main? I main Jury. I used to main Marissa, but now I have Pocket Marissa. I didn't. Stop doing that, they're baiting my throw every time. Hey, I pressed one so hard. Style point. Thanks. Nice. I cannot. I have no health. You know, I'll take the style points. Good to see more Jury players. I know. Jury's kind of rare, to be honest. There's so much more JP out there. I hate it. Ow. They were mad, plus I pressed the button. Eh. That is so stupid. Do not. Yeah, I got thirsty. That was so good. I love this real player. That was so much fun. Good shit, man. Good shit. GG. JP is one of the characters that seems good early game. Not sure how he would do in the long run. Oh, I assure you, JP is really strong even in late game. It's kind of a rare case where I'm not gonna say that I'm really good at fighting games. I don't. But this is a situation where I feel JP has everything, which to a fighting game doesn't make sense. As a zoner, there's gonna be like some glaring disadvantage, right? Like for most games, zoners have terrible normals. Well, we don't count Killer Instinct because Glacius is fucking stupid. Yeah, there's gonna be some glaring weaknesses that the character has. Let's say
Here comes a new challenger.
let's say Velvet. Oh no, we have two Salazars. Oh no, this is gonna be so confusing. He does have a great counter. He has everything. Zone, pressure. I don't know which one is me. This is stupid. That's a punish. No shiny model? I don't think there is yet. We have to wait for Mika to work on it. Why don't you break block cross-ups? Two Salazars! Oh my god, don't steal Salazar. Oh no, don't steal Salazar. Wait a minute. Is this a turf war? That's a turf war, man. Stop. Doesn't make it. It is more interesting, not gonna lie. Oh shit. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump. I'll do it. Don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump! I told you don't jump. Oh hi Mies. Wanna play through? You play Street Fighter 6? Oh my god, let's go. Good grab. punishable like that. Wrong button. Oh no! Help! Ow, ow, ow. I'm getting snowballed. I don't think that's as worth, buddy. Where's my level 2? Oh no! That was good, yeah. That was good, that was good, that was good. That was OD, that was OD. Good grab, good grab. Not long enough. Nice overhead. I want to do my level 2 super. Ow! Oh! Okay. Snowballed? Oh whoa! Oh no! Not the Salazar feet! Which one is me? Oh my god, I actually got confused. I got schmixed. Oh no, I tried to the OD projectile. Damn, good jury. 1-on-1. 2 cells, oh this is so stupid. I'm getting schmixed. I'm putting a handicap on myself at this point. Stop. What are you trying to do? Oh, good. No! Don't jump. Oh my god, that's so fast. Good call. Cool combo. Oh, good grab. My place is 50% modern and 50% classic. Oh, I just all classic, baby. You gotta have balls, just charge all 3 at once. I should punish it harder. Whoa, wait a minute. Plus. Wall to wall. DP? Okay. This guy's unbreakable. Oh, almost. Bro. Ow. Get snowballed. Get snowballed. You burn yourself out, buddy. Baby, you don't burn yourself out. Don't do that. Oh no, wait a minute. Oh my god, I keep getting hit by that. Ow! Grab. Okay, meaty. Oh! I pressed it too late. Good grab. Damn, I didn't snowball him. Let's go get robbed.
Judy wins.
Mees! Yay! Give me a second. GG, GG. Good shit, good shit. How do I find you? How is modern? I think modern is just like special one button. A direction button is a special. A direction button is a normal. And leads to some unique attacks, I think. Make basic combos third easy, so you only have to think of fundamentals. True. But they do nerf your damage, mind you. Like, modern controls, your damage will be nerfed by 20%, I think. So, normally you do 100%. With modern controls, you do 80%. So it can be useful if you have trouble with combos. They can just go to your lobby. In Battle Hub, where's my Battle Hub again? Oh, CFN. I know this yesterday because I was finding it for a while. Kimbali? You play Kimbali? Become friends. I'll block you. I'll block you. Wait, what? Aren't you in Battle Hub? Mm-hmm. What's on screen? Oh fuck! It's the top right. I'm in Asia 6. Sorry, I didn't know. Don't worry about it. I played this game for 34 hours. I know what's going on. It says your lobby on friend list can stalk you easy. Oh no! I should not be adding. I should not be accepting friend requests. No, I'm gonna get stalked. ED. Oh god. Yeah, I'm just gonna here doing my daily cardio here. Headbutt. Oh, that's you. Hi. How are you getting so many things? I have no neck. I didn't even play World Tour. I need to play more World Tour. I have no neck. Rising uppercut. Spinning bird kick. Yo, Kimberly, I'm scared. I had 40 plus hours in close beta. Oh my god.
Here comes a new challenger.
Alright. Let me see you destroy me. I'm gonna get destroyed. I'm gonna get destroyed by you in Tekken and now in Street Fighter 6. No. Alright, let's go. Internet randomly dies. Don't worry. I trust in Street Fighter 6 netcode. Nice. Don't jump. Oh, that was so fast. Oh, that's punishable? Oh. Hi, malicious magpie. You were addicted? No, fair enough. I do love Street Fighter 6. It's a good game. Round start slide. Which is why I say Mies is so scary. Good. Nice jump. That's not it. Mercy. Oh god. Not like this. Help. Neutral jump. Neutral jump. After getting hit by super neutral jump. I can't. Oh, punishable. Okay. Oh. That did no damage? Question mark. Nice. I'll bully you. The block's done.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. Good fun. I'm spamming it. Ooh, nice. Ooh. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get snowballed. Oh! Going in! Oh, what a trade!
Judy wins.
I'm winning against Mies? Yeah, now you can win against Mies in Street Fighter 6. I'm pretty rollback, honestly, yeah. Oh, I messed up. Rollback, it is hard to react with rollback going on. You're from... I don't get it, we're so close together, why are we so laggy? Why is it 3 rollback frames? That doesn't make sense.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh! Combos! Oh, nice grab. Neutral jump. Uh oh, double way. Cheesecake! Stinky, I saw that! Oh, good grab. Neutral jump. Jump away. Oh! Yeah. I deserve this. I deserve this. God damn. Hi, Cheesecake. Also, Joe Dark, thank you. Appreciate. Jump. Jump. Oh, wait, I'm burned out. Wait, I'm burned out. Don't. Stranger danger. Stranger danger. Stranger danger. I'm wildin'. How is the cheesecake doing? Oh, oh, nice. Ooh, good challenge. Oh. Oh, that was so fast. Nice. Give me your drive gauge. The block's done. I did. I don't even know about when you're burnout, and then when you block a hit. I don't get frames in you don't get frames in burnout, so I get to bully absolutely go apeshit, which is why burnout is so scary. Cheesecake, you're so stinky. Oh, I thought that's a punish. Oh, nice. Oh. Oh! Damn, nice combo. Not the Salazar. Good grab. Ooh, good grab. Double. Ooh. Oh! Salazar! Jury's heavy kick is insanely good. Oh, it become Tatsu. Yeah, I guess it happens. Don't worry, I get that sometimes as well. Classic controls is hard, man. We cannot downplay the controls. We cannot downplay the motion inputs, man. Sometimes the DP input messes people up, man. Eek. Eek. Oh, nice. Grab. No, I grabbed. Jump. Oh, good call. Grab. Corner's yours. I don't want it. Good job. Why are we dancing? Oh, 2 times. Okay. I got schmixed. I'm getting schmixed. I don't know. I got killed. Woo! Oh my god. You actually reacted to my fucking medium punch. I'm so glad my medium punch recovered so fast. Oh my god. Oh, I messed up. Oh! Oh! Combo City! Neutral jump. Help! Oh! Ooh, what a trade. Yeah, I love the level 2 combo. Oh. Oh my god, that's so fast. I thought I can overhead that. Overhead block. NTA. Oh! Footsies, footsies, footsies. Oh my god. Nice. Good grab. What's that overhead? Whoa. Oh. That's not it. Oh, I'm sorry. Ow. Oh, I can punch. Oh, oh, good grab, beautiful. That was beautiful. I never really realized how good this outfit for Kimberly is. I've been playing too much of the game and didn't even realize how good Kimberly looks in this outfit. Eek. Oh, good challenge. Almost. Burn up. I want that. Oh yeah, burn up. I want it. Good punish, I think. That was not a good punish. That was not a good punish. Oh, nice. Let's go. Going in. Oh. Ow. Time to DP. I drunk. No. Come here. I'm just gonna spin. Come here. I need that burn. Oh my god. Oh, nice. Oh. That's not it. Oh. Oh. The dash-in is punishable by chance? Oh, good. No! Snowball! I don't want it. Oh, that kills. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. Oh, that was beautiful. What a punish. Oh, nice. No, I don't want the corner. Going up. It's an overhead. Oh. Oh, nice confirm. I messed up. No, that was supposed to be a DP input. I jumped. No. The snowball is so scary. Oh, I don't have charge. I almost blocked it. Oh, I pressed one. Super? Oh no, my super didn't come out. No, super. You know, you will not see this coming. Oh, nope. The sequel? Help. Fuck. Ooh. Oh my god, I almost died. Oh, good. That was a beautiful DI. Oh my god. You never see it coming. Wake up level 3. Oh yeah. Cloud fast. Wake up level 3, baby. They were never expected. No one expects a wake up level 3, bro. I don't think that's a punish. Oh. Ooh. Ow. Maybe the forward dash is not the best idea. That one catches jump. At the start of the jump, at least. Oh! Oh no, internet died! The random tatsu is too much. No! The misinput tatsu is too much. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We can play again. Oh wait, you actually disappeared. Oh my god. I'll wait for you here in the same cabinet. Oniku. How do they all get those really cool looking outfits? And then here I am just like with a necklace hoodie. This is why I have a yellow card. Oh, is it because that you super random DC? Yeah. Although I did not notice of your yellow card now. Can I check in CFN? Oh wait, you guys set your active hours. I think my active hours is 0 to 24. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna play this game 24/7. Zangief? Platinum Zangief? Please carry me. Damn, Joe Duck Duck scary. I'm gonna get grappled by Zangief and just die. Welcome back. Let's do it. Let's go, we gaming.
Here comes a new challenger.
Oh yeah, are you using controller or are you using arcade stick to play these? Because I'm using a PS4 controller to play this game. As a matter of fact, all fighting games I use the same controller. So yeah. My hitbox. Oh, that's kind of cool. Isn't hitbox kind of expensive? I think. I don't know. You should try modern on pad. Oh, then. I feel like that. No! Disconnected from the server due to long period inactivity. Fucking game! Have you seen what I've been doing? I've been playing your damn game and you're telling me that I just... No! The sea curse? God. It's the first time I got it. I ain't going back. Give me a second. Battle Hub Neophyte? Neophyte? Here comes the necklace thick. Wait, where is the... Was it here or which one was it? It was one of the one that's... I think I saw you for a split second just now. Oh yeah, okay. Let's go, we fight. Come on, Street Fighter 6, your netcode is better than this. Imagine being born in Southeast Asia. Imagine being in Southeast Asia. Oh, we can play with the glowing caps. Oh, that'll be great. What does that do again? Many better pass points. Oh, I mean, we could go find it after this round. Yeah.
You call, I answer.
Round one. Fight.
Ooh. Ooh, that's an overhead. Oh, one too many. Good jump. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, I checked.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, you made your own hitbox? I just read that. Damn, self-made hitbox. Oh. Going in. Oh, nice jump. Oh.
Judy wins.
The DP spam. Oh wait, what was we supposed to find? The golden cabinet, I forgot. Oh, ow. That's a combo? Damn. Ooh, nice grab. Oh! Oh, what a beautiful confirm. Was that a grab? Oh no! Help! Ooh. Oh! I'm not so good at utilizing Drive Rush raw like this. I should definitely do that more. It doesn't cost as much Drive Rush gauge. Whoa! Oh, nice. Oh, combo? Damn, beautiful! Nice combo. I'm a painted Sazzle, not like this. Nice. That was definitely not me trying to take control. Wow! That was sick. That was OD, that was OD. Oh! Dive kick! Oh! Dive kick!
Judy wins.
We go find the golden cabinets? I'm gonna try to look around real quick. Give me a second, give me a second. I want to see if someone is playing on the glowing cabinet. If not, then we can just find a random cabinet and play. I'll say it's all good. Alright, give me a second. Alright, where's the glowy? Oh, people are playing on the glowy, okay. There were like 3 people, one is like... One is like, spectating, I think? Uh-oh. Miss? Wait, you lost me? Oh, hi. I saw you, I saw you. Yeah. Look at the thick necklace, people. Let's go. I love how the hoodie just covers my face. That covers my whole face.
Comes a new challenger.
Lick. Oh, I see the yellow card. Okay, okay.
Wishing on the scene.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice parry. Oh! Ow! You burn yourself up!
Round 2. Fight.
How much canceling? Oh yeah, cancel DR costs a lot. No. Hi Evie. Welcome. Oh, look at that comfy Evie. Oh my god. So adorable. How you doing? Oh god. Help. Nice punish. I'm doing it. Oh. Nice combo. Eh. I wanna win. I didn't cancel it. Let's go. I'm gonna win! Oh, that kills. Oh, that's so much damage. You guys know each other? Ooh.
Judy wins.
Salazar wins. That was OD.
Round one. Fight.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god, I didn't record. I didn't punish. I punished. Oh. Oh. Oh, what a combo. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Clown Fest. DI Nation. Let's go, DI Nation. Oh, nice. Oh, over it. Oh, I got greedy. Oh no. Block. Oh, I looked the wrong. Get away from me. I don't want it. Oh god. Not like this. I burn myself out. I'm jumping. I'm jumping. Jumping for days. I don't care. I'm wildin'. I'm wildin'. Wow, what a best. what a back damage. Skill. I call skill. Oh, good call. I've been used to jumping too much out of that too much. Oh. Don't do it. Oh, good call. Help. DP and a kick. Ow. Oh no, that doesn't work? Oh. I love this game. Oh. Oh. I'll spin. I'll spin to win. Where's my spin? Spin. There it is. What the fuck? Oh! Not like this. I'm still jumping. I messed up. I messed up again. Down medium punch, baby. I just love DI Nation. Fucking DI Nation just going in. Oh. DI. Another one. Oh. Oh. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'll fight my way out with my thick. Oh, what a whip punish. Oh my god. I'll do it again. Come here. That was so disgusting. The bully. Wow, what a punish. Oh. I'll kick my way out. Eek. I'm wildin'. Help. I didn't punish. DP. DP. Where's my DP the sequel? Good shit, good shit. My DP the sequel didn't come out. Ooh, nice punish. Oh my god, what a confirm. Ugh. Two times? Okay. Oh, good grab. DI. 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 Oh, dude. Not like this. I hate it here. I deserve this. What do you mean? I'm just trying to DI. No. Ooh, I'm dead. Neutral jump, another one. I'm wildin'. Oh my god. Oh, that leaves you very plus, right? Another one. I'm gonna love the another one. Oh, nice. Ooh. Oh. Nice. I checked it. Come here. Corner's yours. I don't want it. I don't want the corner. Ow. Ooh, nice. DP. Neutral jump. Oh my god, good call. No, I don't want the corner. DI. Oh. Oh, spam. Oh, spam. Let's go. The spam. Ooh, nice. I'm misinput, sorry. That was actually misinput. That was supposed to be my ground tech. Fun fact, I use DI for ground tech because L1 is 2 buttons, and that 2 buttons is happen to be DI. No, not like this. Neutral jump, grab. Corner's yours, I don't want it. Whoa. That doesn't work that way. Oh. Okay, you know what? Actually, Jury doing Harry Drive Rush is actually very fucking scary. Although, also I realized the parry Drive Rush into is like either overhead or low. A 50-50 that causes a bit of a combo like this. Like that. I should use that more. Oh, no. Peek. 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 Oh. Ow. Wow. That doesn't work that way. One punish. Ooh. Don't jump. Don't jump. Doesn't work that way. Stop. One punish. Help. The DI. Oh, good. Good mix, good mix.
Hello.
Oh. Oh god. Fast Bear Lord 25, thank you. Welcome in. Oh. Eek. Eek. Give me a drive gauge. Not like this. Give me a drive gauge. I want it. I crave. I desire. There it is. Oh no! I don't want the corner. Yeah. You know what? I actually inputted DI. I actually pressed DI there. I should have lost. I actually pressed DI. Came back after ongoing purgatory for gold with Zangief. Reminds me of Whip Grab Manon when I see one. Whip Grab Manon? Why? But isn't Manon has good whip punishing too? Also go back kicks, I think. The ballet dance one. Misinput. Oh! Don't do it. Oh! Don't do it. I'll do it. Oh, free! You know, that is actually disgusting. the whip DI with neutral jump. I do that to a lot of people when they're at the corner. It seems like a really good strategy for Jury. Since Jury's neutral heavy jump is the split, it's so good. Oh! Oh god, help. Peek? Oh god. Oh. Oh! That's a level 1? Not like like this. I'm gonna burn myself out. DP. Ooh. Oh, what a trade! Good shit, good shit. Oh my god. That was beautiful. I cannot drive rush. I cannot cancel drive rush into level 2. I'll burn myself out. Oh god. Ooh, good check. No! Oh, ow, 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 ow. Ow. Ooh, what a nice combo, dude. Oh my god, beautiful. Two levels, neutral jump. Oh, neutral jump, neutral jump. I'm so sorry. Ooh, nice. Going in. Oh, beautiful. I'm dead. Holding back. Nice. That was good reaction.
Kimberly wins.
Like seriously, I'm so much despair of losing and winning over and over. I mean, honestly, if you, to me anyway, right? I play fighting game for the fun of it. If you feel like any sort of despair or like, maybe, I would say, maybe don't look too into the rank. Just enjoy the game. Honestly, enjoy the game. Like learn new things. Oh my god. That's how I feel anyway. When I mean I don't play Street Fighter 4. I'm a Tekken player. This is like my first Street Fighter game. Neutral jump. Help. Jab. Come here. Oh. Oh, 2 times. Oh, help! Let's go. Fuck, I didn't punish. Deep. Where's my DP? I didn't. Oh. I will take it. No. I will take it. Yeah, that's fair. I think don't look into too much into ranks. Honestly, just have fun with the game. If you're feeling too painful with the ranked matches, go casual. Or if you want, you can just find someone to have fun with. Like me and Mies right here, we just like we're clowning around. We're just spamming DI. Boom. we don't care. Have fun, right? No, Mies, the curse. The curse is back. The curse. Fun in action. Yeah, fun in action. Just do whatever you want, man. Although, see curse though. Don't worry, I'll wait for you. I got you, Mies. I got you. I'll wait for you. I'm just gonna be here, rising uppercut. Rising uppercut. Rising uppercut. With fighting games, just find someone with similar skill you can clown with. Yeah. Like this is the thing. I know we play Tekken as well, Beast. And it's like in Tekken I get destroyed, and here I'm actually destroying you. Hi. Let's go. We playing. But then again, the situation where Freshbear mentioned, I was there before. It was like a few years back when I started streaming Tekken as my first game. And oh boy, oh boy, I was a salty mess. Play tutorial. Oh my, I was just casual and World Tour. I didn't play World Tour. I just ranked and casual all day. That's why I'm just doing this now. No, no, no. The eye. Oh, good parry. Oh shit, I almost pressed DI. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Help. Stranger danger. I don't want it. Oh, not like this. Backdash, backdash, backdash. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Let me. Oh, oh. Oh yeah, I'm in. I'm back in the game. Let's go. Whoo. Ow. That doesn't work. Please. Oh shit. No, not like this. I don't want the corner. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get spinned. Come here. Get spinned. Come here. Oh. Oh god, help. Get spinned. Oh no. No. Dash. Yeah.
Judy wins.
Are you playing as a kobold? That's genius. It's Salazar. Is Salazar kobold? Oh shit. I mean, we know Salazar as like the horny lizard. Oh god. Timer. Jep, jep, jep. DI. DI. Oh, good parry. Oh. Oh, help! Ow! Oh. DI. I have no bar. I look at the wrong bar. Not like this. Help! Help! Stranger danger! Stranger danger! No! Don't touch me! Don't touch the Salazar! No touchy! Oh my god! I have no frames. Oh! I'm alive. Help! Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. The eye. Oh fuck! Oh shit! That was supposed to be a DP. That was supposed to write DP input. Oh my god. I love this game. God damn it. Help! Oh, ow. Yo, nice combo. Oh, the wall splat too. Also, how's the rolling combo doing? I press button. Corner's yours. DI. Uh oh. DI the sequel.